Hey, Nightmare. Oh, hey, Mom. Doing pretty good. You actually just caught me about to do some fun. I am making a level. An actual real level. Watch all. Literally nothing to do. No, here you. Plan for today's stream is simple. Uh, I'm going to make a level, and I want input on it. Let's Alright. Have a good day at work. Main reason I haven't filled these blocks in because for some reason it's a very small like discrepancy solid layer. So background blocks would be slightly misaligned. I have they were aligned, I would just use background. The thing to make sure about game designing, making a level, is that you don't want to have hitboxes don't matter, because otherwise you'll end up with this issue. Always the frame rate. I would know because when I made my first demo level, the version you guys never even got to see, I tried to all with one, and they all had colliders. Made it so that the frame rate was about 15 second. That was because oh, okay. That was because I had a bunch of stuff everywhere. I had hitboxes, filled the game. I what? Oh, I cut out a lot. Oops. Hold on. All right. The reason I probably cut out a lot is because I edited my settings in OBS so that it would capture more of my only my voice, but it wouldn't capture like you know the clicking of my mouse or so instead it's kind of got this little I don't even know what ah I wish I could make this work a little more consistently, but you know, with how loudly I type and how loudly I do everything, you'd think my voice would be loud enough to activate my microphone. I guess not, though. That's kind of weird considering it didn't clip before. Like I did several recordings of me playing Kirby and nothing happened there. Probably because I'm not talking as loud as I was during that. I don't know, guys. I'm just over here trying to. None of it's working like always. You've got to be kidding. Whatever. Let's just do the rest of the thing, and hopefully, for once, things will go well. You know, that'd be. I would like it very, very much if things actually went well in my work. Kind of wanted to have this one here be like a semi-solid where only the top part is actually solid. But the issue with that is there's no like I can't use background blocks because they're slightly misaligned and I don't understand why. It makes literally no sense. Now it looks kind of more like a doorway. Ah, I just realized there's no block to like go in between these two if I wanted there to be something like that. Yeah, kind of like that. I wanted to make something similar to like Mario Maker, where you could just kind of plop down tiles and not have to worry about any of this stuff over here. But instead, hey, congratulations, I messed it up somewhere. Starters probably gotta. Oh, trust me, I already checked. It is not off by a few digits. It's exactly the same number on both sides. Oh, and since we're here at the moment, this is what I do to make the tiles. You just kind of do this for every single possible thing that could happen in game. Delightful. To make sure these are like the proper section. Because the reason I have the same thing duplicated twice, yeah, it's very tedious. Painfully so, actually. Where is my colors? Where are my colors? I am unbelievably bothered. Bars. Oh, it's there you are. God. Okay, so this is in the right section. Gotta make sure. Kind of a big deal. Now I have to actually go into update this. Why can't I just update a tile sheet? Is that not a thing that Unity lets you do? Did they not think, hey, what if they make a slight mistake? Is that just not an option in this world? Welcome back, Nightmare. Remember, kids, if you ever want to make a video game, get people who actually know how to make a video game. It's far easier than trying to do anything the way I'm doing it. Hi, Nick. Okay, cool. Now that actually works, and of course it doesn't work. Why would it ever work? Oh, it was in background. There, now I have these. Now I can make floating platform. Get rid of that. So, the original idea that I had in mind that I can't quite do at the moment was that, like, I could do it, but because the background tiles are slightly misplaced for some reason, I can't. I was gonna have it be that these would be something you could, like, walk past. So, it'd be like a Mario Maker semi-solid platform. So you could just, like, walk through them. You obviously wouldn't walk behind it. You would walk past it. Also, I can do this if I jump. But you would walk in front of it and you'd be able to jump on top. Stuff like that. You know, like something a platformer would do if it was made by somebody who understood how to make a platformer game. Jaden just starts like he just starts like freaking out underneath the block. For now, we'll just have that be there. Yes, that is the music for the game. By the way, welcome is RTs. I don't think I've ever seen you on this before. Well, making the semi-solid platform itself is easy. Just have the collision be one-sided. I don't know how to do that, but Dad probably does. Change the layer number of those blocks. Dad, that's not the issue. Well, yeah, that is something I could easily fix. I could put the background layer in the actual background. However, what I was concerned with is that for some reason the backgrounds layer and the solids are not aligned. Like, if you notice here, the grid moves very slightly. So if I tried to fill this in with empty blocks like this, they would kind of not be proper. They would just look wrong. Where's the character? I'll start. Game manager. Yeah, that should be it. No, it's not. Okay. Here somewhere. Like I said, if you guys want to make video games, make sure that you know how to make video games. No, I know that, Dad. Actually, can I set this to like -1? Oh, I can put it as far as like -14 if I wanted to. And for some reason it is still above Jaden. Maybe that's just me for not hitting save C. Nope. Yeah, I would use RPG Maker, but it's a little hard to make a platformer in RPG Maker Nightmare. Because then you have to make it so that every single jump is an event. I would know because I actually tried to do something like that. I don't know what Jaden is in because he physically doesn't exist. Jaden isn't here, Gus. Hey guys, here comes Dad as a guest star because your friend Jaden doesn't know how to make games.
Okay, I get the feeling that it might be that the blocks themselves under order and layer.
That's what I was messing with. What I'm more confused about, like, I can deal with Jaden being on the wrong layer for now because that's something we can fix later.
Okay.
I'm more concerned about the fact that the background layer does not line up with the solid layer, meaning if I want to make something that doesn't have collision and won't make the game's frame rate go to 15 frames per second, it's not gonna work. Why is it slightly off? Why is that like the one spot that was messed up? I swear I didn't even touch that. Well, hey guys, look. This is what I mean by find somebody who knows how to make games when you want to make games.
There you go.
Cool. So now I can make my semi-solid platform. Thanks, Dad. Very cool.
I guess we'll figure out the layering another time.
Yeah, we'll do that mess later. I was being serious when I said get somebody who actually knows how to make games. It helps quite a bit. Oh, wait. So normally he would pass in front of it, and, you know, you'd be able to walk on top, and there'd be like a block that you could hit with the sword once we make the attack where you can slash in the air. We'll do that later. Cool. We have an actual object in the level now. So what do you guys think we should put in the level next? Yeah, they're grids. As you can see by this button over here labeled grid. So, try making background layer 2. Okay, layer 2. I feel like that'll just put it above Jaden, though. I don't know what layer Jaden is in. Wait. Okay, so he does exist, just only when we actually put him in. So maybe I can look in here, see if there's a layer he's in. Oh, I know he's like part of something. Jaden's a part of a greater whole. I just gotta find him. Oh god, Jaden's misaligned. He's QPU misaligned, guys. We gotta get him out of there. I'm trying to think where Jaden would be. Game manager. Because I know there's something around here that manages the player. Label characters. Yeah, okay, element. Alright. Here we are. What layer is it? Well, there's no player game object because that thing gets spawned, like, automatically from level start. So it's less that Jaden doesn't exist, and more so that he's contained within this oval, and he can't break out. He's trapped. We can go into the element, and I can sprite render. Order in layer 2. He's layer 2! He should be above everything in this. Yeah. What if I just stand perfectly still behind the thing? And then I don't move. No. Okay, that still doesn't work. We'll figure that out when Dad's actually able to properly work on the game, because he's still working his 9 to 5 right now, and it's only 3. Another thing is that for some reason, I cannot use slopes right now. It's a bit weird, but watch this. Hold on. Watch this. When I put a slope down, the collider is not actually a triangle. It's more of a diamond shape, but the edges of the diamond are very small. So if Jaden tries to walk up it, you'll see this happen. Okay, this is frustrating. Yeah, Jaden can just instantly kill himself. It's kind of his thing. Huh. Okay, slopes do work, just only when they want to. I guess. Cool, so we can use slopes. For some reason they weren't working earlier when I tried to show them to Dad. So now we can get a proper level going. Oh, I'm in the wrong layer. So first let's focus on the geometry of the level. Let's make sure the level actually has anything in it to work with. So this is the one thing I've been wanting to put in Plane since the very beginning. A mandatory jump. As in, you gotta jump over this or you die. It's just that simple. Also, I need to go into Level Manager, Jaden. I need to disable, let's see, disable dash, disable character grip. What the heck's character grip? Oh, grip level elements that have the grip component. So we don't need that, or this. And technically we don't need ladders because Jaden legally isn't allowed to touch ladders because he doesn't have two arms that work. He just has like the one arm stuck inside of a brick. There. See? He freaked out. That happens sometimes when you're going up slopes. Well, it's a little hard to use one block for the ground right now if there's no ground. Well, it's more like I need blocks that can function like as slopes and as blocks. Also, what the heck is going on here? Okay. Ooh. That. Do that. And do that. Why? This is why I wait until Dad can help to work with Unity normally. Okay, so we got a mandatory jump. Guys, we did it. It's a jump. That's because I wanted to have it be that, like, I don't have steppers as a level object yet, but there would be a grass stepper standing right here, and he would walk off to the bottom to show players, hey, if you fall down there, you die instantaneously. So that's what that would be there for. And there would be another one up here walking down the slope that would like interact with Jaden during the cutscene, where he has to learn how to swing the sword, because the stepper would just kill him instantly if he doesn't. It's the first level, guys. I don't want to make it very difficult. But now I'm trying to think, where do we go from here? I don't exactly have many ideas for level 1. Just keep in mind, this level has to introduce, it has to just introduce platformer as a mode in general, So it needs to incorporate the Jaden's innate ability to bounce off enemies with his sword rather than with his boots, because Jaden can't kill enemies by jumping on them. So that's one of the main changes here. Jaden cannot stomp enemies. Kind of like how in Kirby games you can't jump on enemies, instead you have to eat them. You know, why don't I open Mario Maker? Because I actually did try making a level like this in Mario Maker. So let's see what I made in that level. I can just copy that down. And my Switch is dead. Cool. Similar to the dreams of its user, the Switch has given up. Actually, you know what I could do? Let's put you up here. And that'd be two of these. One's just a regular breakable block. The other one has, like, bits inside of it. And you would collect those bits to, you know, store them for later and buy upgrades. Hey, Nightmare, you've made Super Mario Bros. X levels, right? Then help me, please, God. I don't know how anything works. Here's an idea. How about, instead of trying to, you know, think to myself, hey, how do I make, you know, a nice platformer game based around characters who have weird abilities and everything? What if instead I just play Kirby Superstar Ultra and then take inspiration from there? Where's my game? Why do I not have any ROMs in here? Where did Kirby go? You gotta be kidding me. Fine, we'll play a different Kirby game. If I cared about Magolor's struggles, I would watch the video, but I don't. So let's see how Kirby makes a level. Cool. Ah, got me. I'm not used to the way I'm playing Kirby right now with a keyboard. For a moment, I forgot this was a Wii game with button mashing controls. I forgot that was like the entire point of the game. Keep in mind, I'm playing this on a keyboard, so I don't exactly have, like, motion controls. So that's how Kirby makes a first level. How much else is left in this world? That one. Okay, so there's 5 stages, one of them being the boss fight. That would usually be right here. Okay, so I got quite a decent idea of how a first level should work. It introduced, like, what's the main reason you're playing this game, you know? A lot of first levels that I like usually have something like that. Like how in New Super Mario Bros. They always have the new power-up be, like, halfway into the first stage. Like how there's the Mega Mushroom in 1-1. Give me the leaf. There's the Acorn Leaf in the newer games. What, making headquarters sound like the way Kirby does? Or what? Or did you send me something and I didn't see it? Okay, Kirby. Jeez. Give me the cover. I like Cutter. Oh, that could work. Keep in mind, every world has like a different hub to it. Yeah, that could work. This is also another thing Kirby games do really well. They introduce you to abilities and what they can be used for. The issue is that in Dimension Quest you don't have a copy ability, you just have a sword. Kirby with a gun. Sonic. Yeah. 1 second. Oh, I missed the second one. Yeah! I mean, Dimension Quest is heavily based off of Kirby, so yeah. I'd be an idiot if I didn't take notes. So there's like a theme that you'll eventually figure out pretty soon that I also apply to the game, where once you get an ability, you're gonna come across something pretty fast where they demand that you hold on to that ability until a certain point to use its special effects to get a certain, like, in this case, a gear. But in the case of Dimension Quest, it'd probably be some kind of, like, item that you can use as an upgrade or an RPG. Fine, I'll take the most broken ability in the game. Spark is straight up busted, dude. As I'm playing this, I'm actually remembering one thing I did do, where there was this like slightly more difficult jump that you could make if you wanted to get a megabyte, which is like a collection of 50 bits. And it would involve like backtracking slightly and jumping underneath the platform you were playing on. We get it, Nightmare. You don't like Joker. You don't need to mention it every single time I talk about anything remotely easy or Smash Bros. In general. Dimension Quest is a multi-genre game, really. There's platformer, there's RPG, and then there's bullet hell. I'm not designing a level because I'm actually taking notes on how to design a level. See, you'd have to do something kind of like this, where you go to you go far enough in a level, and then afterward you'd have to turn around, and that would let you get a bit, or in this case, a megabyte. Yeah, exactly. Pineapple. Actually, this is more accurate to what the jump is, but you'd be like lowered down, and you'd be jumping from over here instead. So you'd have to clear the entire jump and land. And it'd be mirrored the other direction so that you're jumping to the left. Because I want players to get used to the idea that, while it may be a linear platformer, you're not always going directly to the right. Sometimes you gotta go left. And sometimes you gotta go up. Ah, dang. I can't understand her when she's talking out of character. I feel like the biggest difference between Dimension Quest and Kirby in terms of first levels is that Kirby has way more to work with. Because in Dimension Quest, instead of abilities, you have, like, characters. There's Casey, there's Winston, Bill, Tiffy, Steven, Gary, and so on. You've got the entire cast of characters, and they all have different powers. Jaden himself has different powers, but he doesn't really use many of them. He just kind of has them, and they're used in Bullet Hell and RPG. In Platformer, he's just Sword Kirby, but not as diverse. He's like Sword Kirby, but better and worse in several different ways. Also, I want to include a room kind of like the one you're about to see. You guys may not know about this, but I'm about to show you what a Howl Room is. A Howl Room is a room in a Kirby game where you do something stupid, turn around, do something stupid again, and bam, you're in a room that plays green greens, and it's got the Howl logo. That wasn't very stupid, but later you'll get into certain things where it's like, hey, fire this cannon directly off screen, and there will be a Howl Room there. It's like you're playing Donkey Kong all of a sudden, and they just expect you to jump to your death for free bananas. Howl Rooms usually have some very good abilities that you can't get until later in the game. Like Hammer, you don't see Hammer until World 2. Yeah, it's kind of weird to get to a Howl Room, because they always demand something different. Like, usually the first Howl Room in every Kirby game just demands, hey, walk to the right side of the level, and then walk all the way back, and a door will have opened up. But then sometimes later it'll be like, okay, now that you're at the door, you've unlocked the key to the dungeon that will allow you to get the key, the proper key. This one's made out of pink. This takes you to the real Howl Room. not joking. There have been some stupid HAL rooms in like later Kirby games. In Robobot, there's a room where it has these giant like things that fly at you from the background, and you have to survive them for 4 minutes until eventually they will start spelling out HAL, and that'll open a HAL room. Normally, the room only lasts 45 seconds. Later on, they force you to use super abilities in some pretty cool ways, like this, where you have to wait for them to line up. But later, you'll get to, like, the Super Hammer, and that thing has 3 different charge levels, and they all pound down stakes at a different strength. So you'll get puzzles where if you pound down the stake too hard, the puzzle actually becomes impossible, and you have to restart the room. So right now, it's just, you know, He Who dummy mode, destroy everything in sight, but eventually it becomes something pretty cool. That and super abilities will always lead to bonus rooms. I'm not sure if Dimension Quest will have bonus rooms. I kind of want it to have them, but I'm not sure how I would design them. Then do it, Nightmare. So once I kill Wispy Woods in the next level, I will get back to work on Dimension Quest and see if I've learned anything from this experience. Guys, I played Kirby. I did it! I used the power. Well then play it later, Nightmare. I'm kind of busy streaming. Alright, cool, that's that. I'm probably going to stream way longer, because usually the reason I would stop streaming is because it would be like 10 PM, and that would have been 2 hours of streaming. But in this case, that's why I streamed it way earlier. You know what, I respect Wispy enough. Let's do this the old-fashioned way. the old-fashioned way. I like that Wispy Woods just learned how to. Yeah, he learned how to inhale because it was that frustrating seeing Kirby do it. The ship has oars. Cool. Let's stop that. Okay, cool. So now then, from what we've learned, let's see if we can apply that. I don't have enemies that I can put down, but we can pretend that there's stuff. So I actually want to try putting in that jump. The idea behind it was, let's see, Jaden is 1, 2, 3. He's 3 blocks tall, so we need like a 3-block tall gap. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this a little higher so that it's not as easy to see. I want players to look around a bit, but that's what I'm trying to aim for. So the idea is that you'd go down here. And you can't just like, just jump down from up here because it's a little tricky to do. So instead, you would have to jump from like over here or something like that. I think I made that jump way too difficult. Yeah, you can't even see it. Oh, God. Oh, no. Fix that, then. The idea is to have it be a jump that rewards people who want to explore, but isn't really mandatory to complete the level. Alright. Let's see, go to beach. Bucket. That's not it. Okay, wow. Let's just fill this in just to have it look a little nice. Alright, so because of the way Jaden's jumping works, we'll have to like I'll have to make a slight indent in the wall, like on top, so that he doesn't bonk his head and die. Huh? Huh? Oh, that's BG. Okay. So let's pretty this up just a little bit. Alright, cool. It doesn't entirely reward exploration because that implies you had to search anywhere to find it. Camera's zoomed out a lot, so it's not exactly easy for me to hide things. So I think I will, maybe like leave it like this, just because I kind of like how it is. Also, we're going into BG, and oh, right, it's for some reason it's in a lower layer. Okay. If I open the prefab, I can move it below. I think if I go back, now that it's below, it will be. No, it's not. For some reason, background just takes priority over everything. Oh, wait. It could be because I'm stupid. Hear me out, fellas. I'm dumb. No, I'm not stupid. Not as stupid as I thought I was, at least. Oh, wait, what? Hey, look, guys, I did it. See? Look at that. Backgrounds are pretty tough to work with. I'm glad somebody understands my struggle. Nobody knew who I was until I was stupid. So I'm thinking, what if I have it so that the grid is down here? Nope, 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 not down. General. Okay. If I put the grid below the thing that manages Jaden, it probably doesn't work that way. I'm probably just dumber than usual. But I want to figure out how do I get Jaden to be on top of this, because if I can get this cool cave-looking aesthetic where it looks like you just kind of walked in here. I may be stupid. That's it. That's the moral of the story. He may be stupid. Or she. I still don't know who you are, Ease. Hmm. Activate. Okay. No. Cool. Hey, that's not bad actually. He didn't animate. Jaden didn't animate, so it just looked like he just slid back in. Oh! Well, it's nice to see you around. I didn't actually know you were subscribed to my channel. Why is this not changing? My name is Yoshi Kajira. kind of like that the level forces you to go forwards. Like, you can't turn around from this point. Let's just make the geometry a little more to look at. Like, not a perfect 45-degree angle, if you know what I mean. So, this to this. Nice. Once we figure this out, it'll look kind of cool. Like, you'll be passing in front of one layer and behind another. I'll probably have to recolor the background layer so that it's, like, slightly darker. That'd help. But either way, that's kind of cool so far. So, I'm trying to think, how do we introduce one of the big gimmicks to the game? Because one of Jaden's main mechanics is that if you run an enemy and jump off them with your sword, or you hit them with your sword while you're running, Jaden will do this massive, like, leap where he goes flying in a huge arc. But I can't exactly build the level around that huge arc when he's not when there's no enemies to bounce off of. What I'm thinking is that I could make the level beatable without having to do the thing. Like how in Kirby you don't actually need to inhale the first enemy, you can just kind of walk into them if you're that bad at video games. But I'll make it so that there's this jump here, and there would be an enemy here, and the game would pop up saying, hey, run into this guy and attack, and then Jaden would fly and he would land up here already for the player. It's a faster way to complete the level if you know how it works. And by if you know how it works, I mean if you listen to the giant tutorial box given to you. The music. See, Jaden has his sword, it just doesn't work. Yeah, like you can easily clear this jump. I'm trying to think of how high the bounce slash should take you. Because it should be that, like, if you want to clear the jump, the bounce slash could take you high enough to do it. But then I need to think, like, should the bounce slash really take you 4 blocks upward? Or even more in that case. What do you guys think? Because, like, the swift slash isn't very easy to do. You have to be running head-on into an enemy, and then you have to press the attack button at the right time. And then Jaden, you know, vaults off them. But should it really be that rewarding where it's a jump that's even higher, faster, and longer than your normal jump? Because then it might make it hard to control, like Plague Knight's Bomb Burst, and people complain a lot about how hard it is to control that guy. Sorting layer platforms. Semi-solid platform. Wait, hold on. If I could just set the sorting layer to additional settings, sorting layer background. Hold on, does that just work? Bruh. One button. Gamers, we did it! I fixed the issue without help. Awesome, that's actually cool. Now, it has the proper effect. That's pretty good. Because like the actual megabyte would just be like somewhere here in the middle, so you wouldn't have to go all the way back in. It would just kind of be there to look nice. So I nice a little more like that. This. Oh, don't thank me for the jumping animation. Thank Gus. He's the guy who made it. All I did was break it up into proper pieces so that Unity would know how to handle it. But besides that, Gus did literally everything for the jumping animation. In fact, he did pretty much every animation you're looking at right now. So everyone give a round of applause for Gus for being the main reason Dimension Quest has any animations that look good, because I'm not an animator. Help. Help. Help him. Oh, hello there, plain dude. I don't think I know you. You know, I can make this game look way better. And by way better, I mean, like, not better than how it is now. I mean in terms of actually, like, the resolution quality. Because right now, it's, like, it's entirely messed up. Normally the game would be, how do I would, like, separate this, maximize on play, and hit play. I said maximize on play. I want it to be maximized upon play. Oh, there we go. See, one of the issues is the player doesn't exactly know where to jump, and if they just walk off, they're gonna die, so maybe I could, like, in here. Oh wait, that's all BG. Hey Gus, I told you I would make sure that people recognize the hard work you've put into this game. And you're over here worrying that I'm gonna just take all the credit for no reason, considering I barely did anything besides the writing. So I think in the actual proper game itself, there would be like a trail of bits, like leading kind of like this. And then you would jump and collect them, and then you would land right here where it's nice and safe. And then you would see that, and then you would try and jump in and grab the megabyte, and then getting out is easy. Did I make the jump a little harder? I'll make the jump a little harder. Because it is a nice, healthy 50 bits, so... It's exactly the length of one full jump. However, if you're running, it's actually just a running short hop, so pretty easy. I didn't disable the ground pound. Oh no. People can still ground pound to kill Jaden instantly. Because keep in mind, Jaden normally can't do much. Like, he learns new abilities during the villain run, but that's about the closest he gets to being able to do anything on his own. You know, being able to beat the game on his own. That's like, I guess that's something. But normally he can't ground pound. If I did give that skill to somebody, I'd probably give it to Gus. So you just have, like, Jaden over here turning into a white square when he vanishes, when he tries to pound the floor. And he just dies instantly. He hit the ground and died. Alright, see you, Nick. Oh, those are solid. Jaden causes an earthquake. By the way, Plain Dude, I don't think I've seen you on my streams before. First off, welcome to the stream. And secondly, who are you? Y'all ever just turn into those guys? Also, idle animations. Oh no. Yeah, there's current. Oh, no, I did not. I actually did forget. Nice seeing you, fellow. There's a glitch currently. Dad has it so that if you try to do the sword animation, you cannot move. So if I were to press A, Jaden stops moving. However, he also has it so that you can't do the sword animation in the air. That's one of the things that you can't do, because you have to be grounded to do the regular sword attack. So there's a glitch where if you do the swing and then you jump, well, you can't do the swing anymore because you jumped. And you can't walk because you did the swing. So Jaden can only jump and do this, I guess. His brain gets too confused and he forgets how to do everything. Success is just a short hop away. Alright, so now what? You got a cool little bonus collectible. You've got these. There's probably going to be bits scattered around the level that you could collect. There's gonna be a stepper here and one here, and there's gonna be one sad sap down here that you can bounce off of to reach up here. So what else should we put in? I feel like I'm forgetting a crucial thing that they did in the first level. Because in the first level, they have that one little gear thing that you have to get, and they have the bonus level, which gives you 2 of them. So I have my own little version, which is the Megabyte, and that would be in here. But now I'm trying to think, if we did incorporate a bonus level, how would we fit it into a giant plains area with nothing in it? So Because I don't want to be Donkey Kong where it's just like, hey, jump down this pit. I promise you there's some pretty cool bananas down there. Oh, these are pretty cool bananas. Hmm. Because there aren't many collectibles in game. I've noticed that. There's nothing to really collect in platformer. And the main objective is usually just get from left to right. And playing Blaines is a pretty simple level. Maybe I'm just missing something. Let's play Green Greens again. Hold on. This time we're just playing level 1. We're not playing the entirety of World 1 like before. Oh god, it's gonna play the entire cutscene. The whole thing. Agalor, shut up. I don't like that the game is tempting me to go and do this extremely fun stuff that I know I will get sidetracked in. No. Actually, this could be a good example to figure out how to handle character introductions. Because I need to figure out a way to introduce every character properly with like an entire level based around their abilities, so I can try this for Jaden. I'm not really here for points, instead I'm just here to figure out how they use the sword ability properly. Okay, I figured out an idea for how we could handle a bonus level in Plain Plains, though it's not exactly realistic. Because I want Dimension Quest to be a game that's very friendly to people who are good at video games, as in it gives them plenty of stuff to do, but it's also very beginner friendly. So what I might do is I might have the bonus room be locked behind a tricky jump that you have to do with the swift slash and the bounce slash. Kind of like how here, they did this thing where a lot of the time bonus rooms were hidden behind making the right choice with the sword, where you had to cut the certain thing, and yeah, exactly. That's what they do here. So I might have it be that near the end of the level, if you can understand how the first switch inside. Yeah, exactly. So let's see how they did this. So there's the introduction to attacking. I've got that with the stepper cutscene. The no jump challenge. There's also this. This is actually where I got the idea for that little jump. Because you have to go up there where it's mostly out of sight, but you can tell that there's floor up there that you can jump on. If I had a copy of the first Mario game on hand, I would also play that, because it's a great example of how to work with basically nothing as your moveset. Like, we all know the whole Goomba under a question mark block thing, teaching players, hey, jump into this for rewards, jump onto this to kill it. Oh, hi, Ponica. Okay, so we've played over the first level. Let's see. So, a bonus room in Plain Plains. First off, I need to think, how would you enter a bonus room? Because currently, Dimension Quest doesn't have doors. Like, there is no transition from room to room in platformer until like chapter 2, where you start going inside the like buildings and towers and everything. So what we need is a sort of transitional way to get from this main area to some kind of bonus area, and we need to put it somewhere like near the end of the level, somewhere in this last third. So here's an idea to introduce the value of the bounce slash. I'm gonna put this slightly open area. It's a bit of a runway, and then there'll be a stepper that comes from like up here. Currently, I don't have any of these mechanics implemented, so this is all just me like planning in advance. So the idea is that there would be some kind of stepper walking down here, probably a night stepper, so that the player has 2 tries at doing this, because if you hit a night stepper, it just loses its helmet and then gets dizzy. So in this case, if you miss the bounce slash and instead you do a regular slash, you will instead just knock it backwards, and then it'll get dizzy, giving you the perfect chance to just walk away, run back, and then bounce off it again. So I'm trying to think, is that what we should go for here? Night stepper here, he walks down. By the time you've walked across here, he'll already be right around here. And then that's the perfect spot where you would bounce off of this and go flying, and then you could do a bounce slash here, and you'd be able to bounce off 2 different enemies that are floating up and down in the air, like red Koopa paratroopas, and they would get you over this entire boring section down here. It's like how in a Sonic game they design the level so that the top path is hard to stay on, but extremely fun and satisfying and fast, and the bottom path is for beginners because it's easier, but it's also very boring. So there would just be an area down here with a few, like, kind of bothersome jumps like this. There's just a block here. Just jump over it, nerd. Like that kind of thing. So that's the idea. This area down here is just some like boring little platforming quote unquote challenge that is literally just jumping over a few things and dodging the enemies waddling in between. Actually, I want to see something. Oh, I was doing that all in the background layer. No. Ah, jeez. Remember to check the layer you're working in, kids. Ooh. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you like it. There's literally nothing here, but I'm happy you like it. So let's see something. Okay, Jaden can already kind of walk in a over a 1 gap radius. So let's see if he can do a 2 gap radius. 2 block gap. Okay, this is all solid now. Let's put you here, and let's put you here. Now, Jaden should fall straight down into that little pit. You can thank Gus for the animation. He's the guy who did basically all of them. Okay, now if he's running... No. Jaden doesn't, like... Jaden's hitbox isn't wide enough while he's running to make him cross over gaps like that. Because I kind of like that as a mechanic in video games, where you can walk over a gap if you're running. Because I know in Kirby games it's like 1 block, in certain Mario games it's actually 2. I want to go with 2 for Dimension Quest because 1 isn't wide enough for Jaden. Jaden's way too fat. I actually kind of like how the level's turning out so far. Alright, and then this would take you back up. Okay, cool. So let's fill in this ground over here. Yeah, this is for platformer. Also, I don't see you thanking Gus for the animations just yet, Darian. I'd recommend you do that fast, or else there might be consequences. Jaden's horizontally gifted. And I'm working in background right. I think Gus is here, yes. Gus, say hello to the audience. The head animator of Dimension Quest. He's the reason the game looks very nice. Alright, cool. Let me clean that up. So, okay, so the idea here, I'm gonna put these in the background. So there is a Night Stepper that comes here, and he should be around, like, I'm gonna mark this with Ooh, I know what I'll mark this with. Mark it with one of these. So he'll start over here, and he should end up like around here. That's his second destination. Actually, you know what? We will number them. So this is 1, and that's 2. So for the enemy, that's 1, 2, and then lastly, when Jaden starts to bounce, he should be able to get over here, and then he can bounce slash off the enemy. Actually, 4. Okay. For now, let's go with Jaden being able to jump 4 blocks tall, or with 4 blocks high with the bounce slash, 3 and 4. So the Night Stepper starts here, should be around here by the time Jaden's done running. You bounce off this bad boy, it'll carry you up here, and then you can do the bounce slash and bounce off of this guy, and land over here. And that's all entirely optional, mind you. If you're not good at bounce slashing, you can just walk down here. Or you can just jump over it like that, I guess. I'm gonna go grab a drink. You guys can converse amongst each other. I want to hear what you guys think. I'll read everything when I get back. I'm back. Yeah, Steppers are the little green babies. The ones that you kill to death with your sword. These things. These are Steppers. This is a Night Stepper. He takes 2 hits. This is a Super Night Stepper. He takes 3 hits. So there would be a Night Stepper right here, followed by, like... Ooh, I need to make a flying enemy planes. What do you guys think the flying enemy should be? Can't be these guys. These are for Chapter 2. Alright, see you later, Nightmare. Hmm. That's what I'm thinking, Gus. I'm thinking we could have something kind of like Bronto Burt, but I don't know if I want to just have Bronto Burt in Dimension Quest. Also, for context, this is Bronto Burt. This guy's Brontobert. We need something like him, but not exactly him. Bird with a helmet. Actually, that might be kind of cool, because then it encourages you to bounce off them. Alright, what do you have in mind, Gus? Stepper with a pinwheel hat. We can do that somewhere. Let's make a list. That's one thing. Alright, see ya. Have a good day. So, he needs a helmet, that's for starters. The reason the helmet's there is because then you can bounce off him as many times as you want to. Eventually there will be enemies without helmets that will actually die from, like, you know, being bounced on. These guys are here to explain things, so they're invincible. You missed me playing Kirby twice. I beat the entire game. I'm trying to think, because, like, there's one idea I have. Because I want to keep the whole plain, the whole grassy level aesthetic. So I'm thinking, what if we have something that's like, it's made of grass and it flies? And I'm thinking, like, what if it had, like, helicopter blades underneath it or something like that, but they were just giant leaves? Ooh, wait, hold on. What if it was, like... Alright, guys, I've got the dumbest idea for an enemy ever. You guys are gonna hate it. Just you watch. I'm gonna call it... It's just a flying turnip. Turn-up. It goes up. Turn down. It falls. I have no other ideas at the moment, so we're going with turn up. And it would use like the little stems to fly around. But it would be upside down, so it's like it's like hovering, like a hover car, but it's a turnip. If you couldn't tell, my brain is fried from trying to make a level while playing a level. I don't know how game devs do this. Turn left. No, don't give me ideas. Oh. Golf clap. Turn right. Oh, Dad's getting involved in this too. So the reason I picked the turnip is because it's kind of like, you know, it's round. A lot of the enemies in Dimension Quest are made to be fat and round so that you can hit them very easily. So it would be kind of like a... the demo is out. It's just not the full demo. Yes, Jonathan. We are trying to design level 1-2 of platformer, and we're supposed to be introducing Jaiden's ability to fly off enemies by smacking them on the head and vaulting off them like an Olympic legend. Oh, it's Sophie. No, if you call me a chicken, I will kick down my door and go straight over to you and beat you to death. Maybe not to death. The demo? Well, you can't exactly play it, but you can watch me play it instead. Speedrun. Speedrunning Jaiden actually dying. Oh, I don't need that. Let's see. Go in here. I'll explore it. I can't bring the microphone all the way over there, Sophie. You're way too far. That doesn't mean come to my room so that I can beat you to death. I don't actually want to beat you to death. I have better things to do with my time. You don't even play as Jaiden in this demo. You play as Miss Game & Watch over here. And that was the demo. That was literally all that we had at the moment. What the? I could show them Bullet Hell. I kind of don't want to though, because I want to work on turn up. Can Jaiden grab a hold of a stepper? No, that's Mackenzie's thing. Jaiden can't grab enemies, period. Mostly because one of his arms is a little preoccupied with being made of metal. What do I use to program? Nothing, because I don't program. We program in C#, and we do the actual, like, game design stuff in Unity. Jaden's arm isn't actually made out of metal. I keep saying that as a joke, but the more I say it, the more people think Jaden's genuinely just an amputee who runs around with a giant gun for an arm. He's not. I think he looks more like a peach than a turnip. Oh, I colored it wrong. Oops. Turnip would be dark pink on the bottom, because that's where the little stems would come from. Yeah, Sophie programs the entire game. She's pretty good at it for a 10-year-old. So it'll be kind of like this. And I'm gonna put a little face on it so that it's detestable. Oh, Sophie's gone. She lost interest. We're gonna put some little googly eyes on this bad boy like we're playing Banjo-Kazooie all of a sudden. I don't know what's real anymore. How do I get Unity? Well, there's a free version of Unity that comes with this little, like, watermark that automatically lets the world know you didn't even buy the proper thing. Usually the moment people see the Unity watermark on a game, they immediately uninstall, because I don't think I've seen a single, like, good game made with Unity that has the watermark. You can download it for free, it's just that make sure you get a license eventually so that you can hide the fact that you use Unity. Alright, there's Turnip. Very basic sprite. Gus will probably improve upon it later, because I made this in 4 minutes. Oh wait, no, it's not done yet. We gotta give this bad boy googly eyes. Now it looks kind of like a skull. Oh god, Turnip is actually evil. Oh my... Guys, what if the true hero version of Turnip was actually wearing, like, a skull mask? It's just slightly edgier. How big is this thing compared to Jaden? Yeah, exactly. It's just a jack-o'-lantern. Okay, so it's actually got a pretty wide hitbox. I might want to make it bigger just to give the player more room to work with, though. So let's take the body and we'll make it bigger. We'll make it a nice, big, juicy turnip. Two. Alright, that's a slightly fatter turnip. Should I make it even bigger, though? Alright, I think that's good. That's the biggest a turnip needs to be. Yeah, Unity is kind of wacky. Fat Queen Turnip. Yes, the real boss of Plain Plains. Turnupper. It's just like Turn Up, but bigger. Alright. You're looking kind of cute. Guys, welcome to The Last of Us 2, where I put eyelashes on a turnip so that you'll think it's cute and feel bad for killing it. Oh my god. Hold on. I got this new idea. Watch this. You know how Koopas, like, act different depending on the color, even when they have wings? Check this out. New revolutionary concept. Turn down. I hate myself. But these are a decent size. The hitbox of Jaden's, like, bounce slash is around the size of his body. Like, you know, his torso. So making these guys about the same size is pretty good. Alright, cool. We've got 2 new enemies, and they're not steppers for once. Wait, does that mean that turn-ups grow differently than, like, turn-downs? Because the eyes are differently, like, arranged. That means that a turn-down, like... They grew off the vine differently. Start creating a... Hey Dad, if you're still in the audience, do you think you could come in here? Darian's trying to download Unity, and I'm worried he's on the cusp of downloading a virus that will consume his soul. Alright, cool, I got Dad's help. Because he knows the store better than I do. Oh, wow. Right. That was like a song that we never finished because we made a better version. Darian, he's trying to help you out with like getting there. Hold on, I'll just do this. So what you want to do is you go to store.unity.com and it'll take you straight here. You click individual, and then you select between student and personal. And that's it. That's all you do. Don't go to any other website, and you should be good. Let's see what else we've got in here. Trying to find something good we can hear. Oh god, the version of the forest theme that I made entirely out of like the recorder. Yes, we're using the Toho sound font for this. Let's find the good version of the Fire Forest theme. Not that. The Fire Forest theme kind of slaps. It's very nice. Alright, let's make the invincible version. In the enemy index, when we get to the invincible version of turn up and turn down, I'm gonna have it so that the game itself says, I don't know where a turnip got a knight's helmet from, but I think it's happy to have it. I think they're both happy that they have a helmet to protect themselves from me. Never mind that the helmet curves perfectly around the eyelashes. You see, this section of the song was made by me. You can tell because it's not as good as the part Gus made. That ending part was made by Gus. There's just like the one section I added, and you can tell because it's not as like pleasing to the ear. See what else there is. I need to find some good music to listen to in the background. I have my entire liked videos playlist, but I can't exactly play, you know, songs from Light Meta ST, considering I didn't ask if I could do that. And I don't like playing people's music unless it's either music for my game or it's like I've gotten their permission, that kind of thing. Let's see what else there is. Nothing like updated. Ooh, I want to show you guys the title theme Gus made. It's not finished yet, but it's a work in progress. Well, the thing is, JoJo, I actually kind of like that most of the soundtrack sounds like a MIDI, because Dimension Quest is like this silly, cartoony game with a weird art style and a story that should not belong in a kid's game, but is there anyways because it felt like it. Like, keep in mind, this is the same story where there's an NPC that Jaden just, like, Thanos snaps out of reality, and nobody ever talks about it. Like, the NPC, Jaden starts the conversation with a really stupid joke, and the NPC asks, like, bruh, why are you like this? Why do you act this way? And then Jaden says, I don't know, why aren't you like that? And then he just Thanos snaps, and the dude vanishes from reality, and he's never heard from again. Everything about him is deleted from the game's code. If you reset the game, he's still gone. Jaden, like, erases a man because he didn't like the joke. Yeah, exactly. Like, why do you exist? Why don't you? And he's just gone. There's a very good reason why most of the characters are terrified of Jaden. It's because he's just this, like, terrifying entity. Jaden is a being of limitless power, except instead of, like, using that for anything, you know, noteworthy, he just uses it to erase people when he feels like it. None of the NPCs ever bring that guy up again either. Like, even in the credits roll, where it shows, like, every enemy, every character, and every NPC, that guy isn't there. Jaden, like, erased a man from reality. And there's no reason why other than he didn't like my joke, so he must vanish. Big man on campus, but he's actually average height. All right, cool. We've got ourselves an invincible turnip. So this is what you would bounce off of. I might end up just using this version like later in the level, but for the first time you see them, it's this version so that you can practice the bounce slash. Hence why there's also the Night Stepper there, so that you can give it a try a second time if you mess up the timing. The only issue is, I don't know how to code new enemies, so for now, I just have these two blocks in here that kind of show, like, this is where turnip 1 would go, and this is where turnip 2 would go. Unless maybe I decide that I want to make this even wider, because currently you can just clear this all with one jump, so I might make this even bigger. Also, I'm surprised that I have 9 viewers. Usually I average out 3. This is triple the amount of people watching. Oh wait, I still have it set to a Hat in Time as the game I'm playing. Oops. I changed that too. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Most people, like, don't know that Jaden's just this, like... Nobody knows that Jaden's the guy who made Dimension Quest. They just know that he just kind of does whatever he wants, and because he's the hero, he gets away with it. Nobody knows that Jaden literally Thanos snapped a dude out of reality because he didn't like his joke. It's just that, like, the characters who were around for the villain run now know that Jaden is this, like, supernatural being that can bend time and space. Yeah. This dude literally just didn't like Jaden's joke, and Jaden's response was, well, I don't like you. He was never heard from again. I don't know if I like Jaden in Dimension Quest very much. He seems like he would be a terrifying person in real life. Like, villain run aside, I can't tell if he would actually be a psychopath if he were real. I mean specifically Dimension Quest Jaden, not me. I'm obviously not a psychopath, as you can see. As you can see by the fact that I wrote a story where the protagonist just kills a man for no reason other than he didn't like his joke, I'm not a psychopath, I swear, guys. I'm a normal human like you, like just everyone else here. Father, what did I say about telling people about my diagnostics? The Last of Us 2, but funny. Oh my god. The Last of Us 2 was such a terrible game, dude. Yeah, cause like, okay, let's see. From here, if this is like assuming we do a bounce slash. Let's see how far a regular jump takes Jaden. Okay, it actually does take him straight over to this. However, because the bounce slash is meant to make you even faster than you normally are, I think it should probably take you like around here or so. So we could put the left block over here on this spot, and then we can move the right one over here. Because the idea is that the bounce slash and the swift slash are there to help conserve your momentum and to give you more of it. So let's put you right here. Let's put you over here. Okay, cool. Huh. You know, that's actually a good point, Darian. Though in the Dimension Quest lore, it's implied that, like, the virtual world is actually, its own different thing. Like, the people there aren't controlled by AI normally, just only when they're on screen. So yeah, Jaden can barely make that... Jaden can barely reach the enemy... Whoa. Oh, what the... Oh! New tech? New technology? Jump off a small slope and go flying? Combine Jaden's speed with the slope to fly? Okay. I kind of want to leave that in. Because, like, I want to design Dimension Quest to be very speedrun friendly, so I think it'd be cool if, like, players could find ways to super jump just because they touched a slope and they jumped on the same frame that they touched it. Huh. That's a cool consequence of the fact that slopes don't work. Interesting. Hey Dad, if possible, can we keep that one in? It's a boost pad. Forwards long jump? I believe we in the biz call that a long jump, Jojo. Alright, cool. Yeah, because it's like a very precise thing that you have to hit at the exact time that you touch it, because otherwise you'll just slide up the slope. It's like the game is trying to make Jaden move forwards and upwards, but he's already doing it, so it just combines that speed automatically. Well, keep in mind, Gus, there is a catch to this. You can only do it up a one slope, apparently, because if you try to do it up like a normal slope... Oh, no, you can still do it, but the game tries to push Jaden back, so... I need to figure out how this glitch works, and see if we can figure out a way to have it only work at certain cases. Like, I don't want it to work on literally any slope, because then Jaden could just do it anytime he's on a slope. But I want it to work on smaller slopes like that. Kind of like how in Celeste you can wave dash by doing like a basic mechanic. I kind of want to leave that in as just something cool that players can do if they want to master the game. But, you know, it's something you have to get used to because it changes the way your jumps work in a way. You go way higher, and and you go a little faster too. Interesting bug. Alright, so let's see how much level we have. We got some pretty decent level so far. I'm wondering why the thing, like, has the blocks... Like, you can see when we're playing in the game that there's, like, green gaps between the blocks, and I don't understand why. It's not supposed to be that way normally. Alright, let's play Kirby again and see where they would go from here, because, you know, we have that... Actually, let's not play Kirby again, because now that we have the bounce slash, I can see how much room... There's plenty of room left in the level. I don't know if I should have planes be this short. It's like, you know, let's set a timer. Is there a timer app on this computer? Timer. Alarms and clocks. Timer. Okay. So, I'm gonna set a timer here. Stopwatch. Okay, so I'm gonna hit play, and I'm just gonna book it. Yeah, it takes 10 seconds to get over there. Yeah, that's the big issue. We'd have to figure out how to fix the slope glitch without having that error removed. I seriously wish I had, like, the original Mario. Hold on. What's my controller setup? Start. Up. Okay, cool. What? Okay. B is X. Update. see how fast it takes to like. Why can't I jump on this? Yeah. So there's literally 2 buttons. Okay. Yeah, for some reason on this particular thing, you can't hold down 2 buttons at once. So I actually can't run and jump at the same time. Kind of weird. No, I'm being serious. I literally can't jump if I'm running. So let's set the timer. I don't get why it does that. I need to let go of the button. So it takes about like 30 seconds or so to beat the first Mario level. And it takes 10 to get to where we are currently in Dimension Quest. So we need to add a bit more. Here's an idea. I'm working in the solid layer. Okay, I am. So I'm going to make it so that you can't jump up there with your default height. So what you need to do is like, you need to actually do a little bit of platforming. You gotta jump. You gotta work for it. That was just the wrong layer. There is a mini boss. It's at the end of the full chapter. Okay, cool. And that was in BG. God, dang it. Okay, those. Okay, cool. So now you gotta work for it. You gotta jump up there because you can't jump up there normally. Yeah. I don't want to design my game around speedrunning, I just want to keep speedrunning in mind, so that if I find certain glitches that can be used to complete levels faster, but are hard to achieve in normal play, I might just leave them in. Like, where's the fun in a game that you can't, you know, mess with in some way, shape, or form? Obviously, I wouldn't have my game be melee levels of Busted, where the only way to play optimally is to break the game. But I think it would be quite nice if there were, like, certain things the player could do that were just a little faster, that I already knew about. That way I'm not completely blown to smithereens when I see them speedrunning the actual game. Right. Let's leave these 2 boxes here as indicators. Alright, cool. Those would be like gift boxes normally. So you can walk under here with no issue. And we'll make these semi-solid later so that you don't like accidentally bonk your head on the side. I'm gonna get blown wide open, oh no. Huh. Wait, hold on a second, so... I think the issue might be that the slopes are kind of like they are in SFM, where you can just kind of slide right up them. You should do your Why do you have Spanish homework in the middle of summer? Oh, this was it's a cool character that a friend of mine has. I decided I would draw them well, I didn't draw them, but I like colored in their art because I liked how the character looks. Fashion robot. Speaking of which, they should get on the stream. Why is it a mouth? Huh. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. I mean, if we really want it to be like a mouth, we could have like the inside be hollow or something like that. Alright, now then, let's stop messing around with that. Change. Okay, cool. Get some music going. Oh no, Darian has bad grades. Junk thud. No, I'm not gonna give the hills eyes. I prefer to have, like, tutorials be given by Jaden himself. Like how the first tutorial you get in-game is when besides the jump tutorial, Jaden just kind of tells you, hey, you know how I died because that little green thing bumped into me? Don't let that happen again. Press this A button, and he'll die. So one thing I'm noticing is that there aren't many jumps that you have to make. Like, a lot of the elevations are just kind of flat. Let's see how many times I had to, like, jump while playing Kirby. I don't mean to brag, but I was passing quotations. I don't mean to brag, but one of my teachers kind of called me the scum of the earth, so I'm pretty darn cool. They didn't actually say that. Most of my teachers were very nice people. Okay, so I noticed something pretty interesting. When you're in the actual like grassy area, there aren't that many jumps you have to make. Instead, it's actually like it's mostly smooth. The grassy area is smooth, but the cave area had more jumps and like rockier edges, which I kind of like that as a detail, but now I'm realizing Kirby doesn't really have that many jumps either. Now, I'm not saying I want to design an exact Kirby level, otherwise I would just go play Kirby. That was just my little observation there. So here's what I'm thinking. Uh, I need to move this section of the level further ahead. Because as is, it kind of feels like the game's trying a little too hard to teach you a lot. Like Kirby teaches you, you run, you jump, you suck, and then after that, it just kind of gives you a bunch of stuff to run around and play with. In the case of Dimension Quest, it's teaching you, you run, you jump, you attack. You know, sometimes there are collectibles. You can bounce slash, you can swift slash, you can bounce slash. Like it's trying to teach you a bunch of stuff within the first 10 seconds of gameplay, and that's very fast. And I kind of don't want that to be that way. So let's try. Let's. Sadly, I can't move stuff, at least not easily, as far as I know. Yeah, see. Oh, that doesn't sound very fun, Darian. I wish I could move. Oh, I can move. Okay. I just have to use different tools. So let's take this and let's move this like over here, say. Give the players a bit more level in here to play with. Wait. Cool. So now we've got that. Let's start playing around a bit more. Let's just think, what would be interesting to do, like, casually? I like the idea of playing around with elevation a lot. Trust me, you haven't seen the most ridiculous sword of them all. One of the swords, it's like a 1 in 100 chance, is that you can get a fish. Like, just an actual fish. Kirby just beats people to death with a fish. He's the scout from Team Fortress 2. Let's see. You know what? At this point, I'm just deciding I am going to play whatever music I feel like. Because as much as I love to respect the musical rights of other people, I can't keep people entertained with Dimension Quest music long enough. So we're gonna listen to some Hollow Knight music. I like Hollow Knight. And we might listen to Kirby later, I don't know. There we go. Part of the issue could be that Jaden just jumps way too far when he's running. Like, look at that. He just... my thoughts on Pokemon Unite. Pokemon united to steal as much money from you as possible. I haven't actually seen it. I don't really care about Pokemon. In my humble opinion, Pokemon as a whole has become a soulless cash grab of a franchise, with the few redeeming qualities being very good Pokemon designs and good music. For the life of me, I can't get myself to play Pokemon again, because the first one I played was like... Ugh, that sounds unpleasant, Darian. The first Pokemon game I ever played was like... Pokemon... it was either White or Black. Hey, why are you... What? Why are you... Who are you? The first Pokemon game I ever played was Pokemon Black. Or White, I don't know. I know I had, like, Reshiram as my legendary. And... my biggest issue is that, like, I managed to go through literally the whole game after a very specific point. I managed to go through almost all of Pokemon White just using Surf. Just Surf, mind you. Like, I would go into a fight, I would bring out, you know, Samurott, because that was my starter. You know, I leveled him up pretty early because I never had a reason to use other Pokemon, and I would just use Surf. And Surf was so stupidly powerful that it just killed everything immediately. So I spent the entire game winning because I just used one move. And sometimes I would have to restore my, you know, my Poke Points so that I could use it, or whatever PP stands for. And that was it. That was all I had to do for the entire game. And then there was, like, the one big jellyfish enemy, Jellicent, and you know what happened? He absorbs water damage. Aw man, I'm in trouble. Oh wait, no, it's a regular trainer. So I just walked around them. There was one enemy, there was one Pokemon in the entire game that was actually difficult. And I was able to just walk around it. But the rest of the game, the entirety of the Elite Four, except for like Chandelure in the one Ghost type fight, And even the champion of Pokemon as a whole, they all died pretty much immediately to Surf, with no resistance whatsoever. And then I was like, wow, that was kind of pathetic. The post-game was a little interesting, I guess. There wasn't really much to it, but it was fun to use other Pokemon. And then I decided, hey, I'll get Pokemon X. Maybe I've been missing out on something. Maybe there's, like, more to do in this series. And I was immediately reminded, no, there isn't. Because I played X, and there was nothing to do, besides the exact same thing I had done 5 years ago. I went through the entire game, I had my water starter, I used Surf, and I won, and when I couldn't use Surf, I would use, like, you know, Dig, something like that. There are so many moves in the game that just kill the enemy instantly that I couldn't get myself to actually finish X. I finished it, like, I got to the end, I did the bare minimum to finish it, and then I was just like, okay, that's enough. I don't need any more. I don't want any more. No, Nick. I wasn't farming. I was doing the bare minimum. I was fighting whatever Pokemon I ran into, and then I would just go straight to the gym, and I would kill them, and it worked. It just worked every time. And it worked in both games. Let's see what else there is here. What do I got? No, I didn't level up really early. The game just gave me Surf after I got to a certain point. Like, it just said, here, you might need this later on, and then I got HM Surf, put it on my starter, and I won. I don't know, I kind of don't want to have to buy another Pokemon game, a third game, mind you, to see if the series actually does have any challenge. Because they should just design the games well enough that they can predict that the player will want to use this extremely powerful, mandatory ability. You need Surf to beat the game, because that's why they give it to you in a cutscene. Because there are islands that have gyms on them and you need to go there. Surf is literally mandatory, and it also kills everything instantly. And hey, if Surf is too easy for you, just use Dive. It's a Surf, but it makes you invincible for a turn. Let's see what else there is to here. There's no enemies to attack is the thing. Add another semi-solid platform. SMH my head. Pokemon XD. Maybe I was just over-leveled. I was literally just using one Pokemon, because the game... Like, I know there's the typing system, and you're encouraged to have a whole team of them, but I just used my starter for the entire game, and it just worked. It shouldn't be that easy to grab one character, the mandatory character, with the mandatory ability, and that's the bare minimum you need to complete the entire game. That's like if no ability Kirby was actually fun enough to warrant playing the entire game without powers. But it's not. They encourage you to have new powers, and in later games, they make it so that certain abilities are actually better against certain bosses. Because that way you're encouraged to actually do something, because no ability Kirby is really boring to play as. I mean, if it's made to be that way, then cool. I don't really care. I don't know. I just didn't enjoy it very much. Not my kind of game, I guess. Like, it's... Maybe it's because I've heard that Pokemon has some pretty difficult post-game content. Maybe that's on me for not ever, like, playing far enough to get to it. But, I don't know. A game shouldn't store all of its difficulty in the post-game, you know? That's like my biggest gripe about Star Allies. It's painfully easy. Like, even by Kirby game standpoint. In, like, Kirby Planet Robobot, for example, a lot of the puzzles, and I say this as a guy who studies Kirby games religiously, as you can see earlier, a lot of the puzzles actually force you to do a lot of thinking and hard work. Like, there was this really cool puzzle that I can remember the exact layout of, where you had to get into the Robobot, absorb a wheel, turn it into a car, and then do precise double jumps across broken platforms that would explode as you were going across them. So you had to get it right on the first try, otherwise it would just break behind you and you'd be stuck. And, you know, that you actually had to try for that. You don't really have to try at all in Star Allies. The AI literally just does the puzzle for you. Like, Nick can vouch for me, in Star Allies, the AI really does just do the puzzle for you. Also, I'm definitely gonna go in and make it so that these, like, background blocks have different colors. Like, I'm gonna make them slightly darker. Well, no, Nick. Nick. Kirby games, they may be easy, but they're not that easy. Like, I've played Robobot, dude. Robobot's old, like, second mode is insane. You're constantly racing around as Meta Knight, managing this entirely new inventory of points that are unique to just him, while you try to beat the game as fast as possible against supercharged bosses without the Robobot armor. You actually have to, you know, try to beat that mode. In the case of Guest Star, you just kind of win, because the game gives you just straight power upgrades that make it so that you can kill bosses instantly. Yeah, the True Arena is insane. The Robobot True Arena is one of the hardest things I've done. Like, ignoring games that are explicitly made to be challenging, like Touhou, obviously that's going to be harder than, like, a Kirby game. There's no way Kirby could ever compare to that kind of series. But, like, among Kirby games, the True Arena in Robobot is terrifying. Like, the game just wants you dead. It's also why I'm not a big fan of the Soul Melter. Like, Soul Melter is difficult, but it's not as difficult as it should have been for the final thing you're supposed to do in the game. Soul Melter EX, on the other hand, ooh, boy, that's a nightmare. Nightmare and a half. And I love it. Yeah, sometimes Nintendo doesn't do challenge correctly. That's kind of why Dimension Quest has the New Game Plus mode that it does. Oh, hi there, little friend. Dimension Quest: The New Game Plus, or the True Hero Run as it's actually called in-game, is designed as a way for you to get the best ending if you know that you're good enough for— Whoa! What the heck? I ledge clipped. What just happened? Besides that, Gus, we just had a discussion on Kirby and Pokemon. Woo! I want to do that. Hold on. Let me in. Let me into the fun zone. Woo! He just goes flying. Yeah, I think I needed momentum. That's probably what it was. Yeah, like you can just fly over levels in Kirby, but if you do that, like Darian says, you're kind of missing the point of everything down there. There actually is still collision there for some reason. Ah, yes, Hack, with his ability to guard and just not have any tangibility anymore. Huh, there's literally just a hitbox that's stuck there. Oh, not anymore. What else is there to listen to? Yeah, I don't want the player to be able to like jump up to that upper thing. That's why there's the side platforms. Okay, so we've got the slashing tutorial, the little extra megabyte, and we've got some some relaxing stuff to run through, and I think that's a good time right there. So let's just add a little bit more. Hmm. I'll explain my choices in a moment. Wait, that's not solid? Yeah, that's solid. What the... I'm gonna make like 2 of these. Kinda like how in Mario there's the 2 pipes. But the second one's gonna have a gap, and the first one you just kind of walk under. See, like, one of my favorite things about Kirby games in general, and I know I keep gushing about, like, Ink Puffball Boy, but it's because it's one of my favorite game series, just period. But one of my favorite things is that, like, the bosses and the entire game can be played without needing to have abilities. Like, you don't need to pick up any powers, you can just kind of play the game the way you begin it. Yeah, there's the super ability sections in Return to Dreamland, but if you notice, they're not really a hard block in your path. You can just walk past them. You can fight every boss, do the true arena, do literally everything without needing an ability. So it's got this extremely customizable difficulty where you can kind of pick your own favorite ability and work with it through that. And I know this sounds hypocritical because then the same thing could be applied to Pokemon like, hey, just don't use Surf. I did that. A lot of my moves just kind of killed enemies instantly. Maybe I was super overleveled, I don't know. I just know that when I played Pokemon, like, all of my moves would just kill enemies instantly. So if every option is a great option, then there's no real customizable difficulty. It's just customizable, like, easiness, I guess. You can choose how easy you want the game to be, but never how hard you want it to be, if that makes any sense. Because there are some abilities in Kirby that are just horrible. Like, have you guys seen the ball ability? That thing's atrocious, and I love it. It's like the worst designed ability I've ever seen in a Kirby game. And of course, me being me, I used it to beat every boss in the game. Because I love how stupid it was. Ball was essentially activating hard mode because you could barely control Kirby while using it. Isn't Pokemon Showdown the fighting game where you play as Pokemon? I think I played that one, it was kind of fun. I like games where you have the ability to challenge yourself properly, because that's just kind of my thing. I love challenge. If you haven't noticed by the fact that I have a 100% completed Golden Death Wish contract, I really do like a challenge, no matter how unfair. But I also like it when that challenge isn't something I have to manually create myself. Like, Pokemon Nuzlocke, yeah, that's difficult, but that's difficult because the players had to create their own rule set that, like, changed how the game entirely functioned. Because Kirby games are built with every ability in mind, rather than just kind of being, okay, here's every ability, they're all good, you should use one of them because it's the best. You know, like how you're given the starter and it just has really good stats for everything. I don't know, maybe I'm just being way too, like, picky. But I'm not a fan of a game where every choice is the right choice. You know, that's kind of why I grabbed, like, Fire. It's not a very good fighting ability compared to Sword, but I prefer to fight with Fire, because I'm not very good with Sword. If the most challenging thing to do in a Pokemon game is to play by community-made rules, then I don't know if that's proper game design, you know? I like Pokemon Black and White. I know I'm complaining a lot, but I also love Undertale, and I complain a lot about that game too. It's just that I like the story of Black and White, and the characters are really fun. I think Bianca is one of my favorites. But, like, it's an easy game. It's a very easy game. I also liked how there were, like, two rivals, one of them being super supportive, and the other fitting the titular, really obnoxious, edgy character who doesn't like that you're more successful than him, but he grows up along the way kind of role. It's just that the game itself was easy. I always felt bad for my rival because every time I beat him, he would go, Jaden, how could you have beaten me? You're way better than I am at Pokemon. How are you doing this? And then there's just me, who's just been using Surf for 12 turns. Surf and Dive. That's literally all I did to beat him every time. And he's just over here, like, completely baffled. The poor guy. He was over here trying his best, and then there's just me like, samurai otter go whoosh, and he just lost. I find it funny that if I complain a lot about something, it means one of two things. Either A, I don't like it, or B, I really like it. Hence why I complain about Undertale constantly. Oosh. Yeah, Surf's busted, dude. I'm being serious. Surf is insane. I like how all of a sudden, after my massive rant, everyone's like, wait a second, I think the crazy man might be onto something. Yeah, they had to decrease the power because it's a mandatory move that does several billion points of damage. You're right. Some enemies had levitate. Thankfully, I also had, what was it? Any other move. Let's see what I can do here. Okay, speed accelerations. Speed factor. Okay, character run. Run speed 16. Character horizontal movement. Okay, so we got this. Walk speed. Let's set Jaden's walk speed to 7. And let's set his running actually, no. Jaden's walking speed is just fine. Because that's just enough to clear about 4 blocks of distance. And for a character who's 3 blocks tall, that's quite a bit. However, running, we're gonna change that to 12. Why is it suddenly doing that? Oh, Hydro Pump, I think I used that one too. I don't get why Jaden's suddenly freaking out so much. I think my setup was like Dive, Hydro Pump, and Surf. And that just worked for the entire game. Undertale is such a stupid game, dude. I love it. Whining aside, I think it's good to, like, as a person who loves a lot of things, I think it's good to acknowledge that there are issues with the stuff that you like, you know? Because one of my biggest issues with the Undertale community is that they refuse to accept that it is inherently a flawed game. Like, as much as I love Undertale, and I've based quite a bit of my game around it and referenced it constantly, and want to do a crossover with Undertale within Dimension Quest, even I can look at Undertale and say, yeah, that's not a game, that's a cutscene. Undertale's a cutscene, admit it. It's an interactable cutscene that occasionally has actual boss fights. Like the Muffet fight, yeah, that usually trips people up. That's one of them. Then there's Asgore. Yeah, from the last half of the game, that's when you fight actual bosses and you get anything short of challenging. But before that, literally, if you lose to Papyrus, the game just lets you go anyways. Undyne, you just survive really slow attacks for a while. You can make her slow down even more if you just, like, ask for help. And Toriel will just let you win. It's only when you get to, like, Muffet from then on that the fight actually starts to be challenging. And I'm not a big fan of that. But I do like the story, the music is good, the characters are fun with the exception of Sans and Alphys, and Toriel's kind of boring too. But other than that, you know, it's a fun game. I like to read it, I like to occasionally play it. I don't really play it that often, but when I do play it, I usually do like either neutral or genocide, because the Sans fight and the Undying fights are actually amazing. and I wish that that was like a difficulty thing that you could just do whenever you wanted. Because I feel like Undying the Undying is too good of a fight to be restricted to a mode like Genocide. You know? Like, it's probably one of the best moments in the entire story. Yeah, exactly. Genocide was like the best in terms of story because it just showed you everything interesting about the characters. Like, I think my favorite part about each character shown in Genocide is Undyne really is willing to go to the ends of the earth just to, like, do her job and keep monsters safe, which I can respect. Papyrus is extremely forgiving, and even when he's on his deathbed, still thinks that there's some good in you that's worth, like, saving. Sans, he's a little interesting in Genocide, however, I will never forgive the fact that he lets everyone die because Toriel made him promise to keep the child safe. Because he does say in the fight, like, well, this is why I never keep promises, lady. Sans let his brother die over this. Like, I get the whole, you know, oh, he can't stop you anyways and he knows that. But, like, my man, at least tell Papyrus to go away. My favorite... Yeah, exactly. Metatime goes out with a smile. I feel bad for Asgore, because, like, Asgore literally just dies. I think my favorite part of Alphys in the Genocide run is that she doesn't show up. Like, you have no idea how much I can respect the fact that Alphys decided to go against the worst part of her character, the fact that she exists. She didn't show up in the Genocide run, and I am very happy for that. I feel so bad for Asgore in, like, in like a pacifist run, because in the pacifist run he literally just gets bonked off screen by Toriel and then told, no, shut up, you're an evil person, leave this home at once. Like, Toriel just throws Asgore in the trash, dude. It's why I don't like Toriel. Oh, good night, Nightmare. Sans has, like, you know, karmic retribution, as the community calls it. It's not actually what it's called. It doesn't have a name. It's just called KR, which I assume just means regular karma, but people think Sans is like some sort of omnipotent god who's good at naming things, so they call it karmic retribution. It literally doesn't have a name. It's just KR. He just makes the game function like Earthbound. That's it. But yeah, as much as I whine about Undertale, I do actually enjoy the game. It's just that I wish I could play it without feeling bored. The best parts of every character are hidden behind grinding for 6 hours. If I want to have the good story, I have to play the game like twice because there's basically no story in the neutral run. Well, here's the thing, Darian. He doesn't have to fight the player. I'm not saying Sans should have immediately shown up, you know, clapped his hands together and gone square up and then tried to kill the kid. He would have obviously died immediately. Because by then, you aren't, like, a cold-blooded demon yet. So, you know, he can't mess with the game just yet. That, and if Sans killed you right out of the gate, people would think he's insane. Like, if Sans just went sicko mode, the instant you left the ruins, people would look at him and go like, bro, Sans, chill, they never did anything to you. But the issue is that, apparently, considering Papyrus just, like, doesn't mention Sans at all, Sans didn't even make the attempt to tell Papyrus, hey, this child will actually kill you. You should maybe, like, stay away from them. He just stood there and watched Papyrus die, and then blamed you for it. Like, yeah, I did kill him. Maybe you should have helped him. Sans is the kind of lazy and apathetic that kids on Minecraft do to look cool to the internet. And I don't like that. Though at the same time, I can at least admire that he is a genuinely flawed character with a lot of, like, things about him that somebody could dislike, and a lot of things about him that somebody could like. Like, I won't deny that there are bits of Sans that I do like, it's just that me as a person, the parts about him that I don't like are so strong to me that I can't stand him. Simple as that. Oh my god, what if I gave them angry eyebrows on the sprite? Like... Sans isn't even self-aware is the thing. Like, self-aware implies that he knows it's all a game or anything like Flowey does. Sans isn't self-aware, he just has a like, mild understanding of how the game works. He understands that you can, like, you know, rewind time, and that's basically all he knows. The dunking is funny, I'll admit that one. But Sans isn't like, you know, an omnipotent super being who knows that it's Undertale, he knows that it's a game, he actually hangs out with Toby Fox in his spare time. He's not. That's missing the entire point of Sans. He's just this lazy, fat jerk who is sometimes funny, and when he's funny, he's pretty likable. Like, that's his entire personality. He's just lazy, fat, kind of bothersome, and everyone knows that. But at the same time, they like him well enough that they can ignore that he's bothersome. That's the whole point. And then you have people who are like, nah, Sans is literally Jesus Christ, the second coming to you soon on Blu-ray. He's big-boned. Dwarf Jesus. Chip, this is a child-friendly stream. I'm gonna have to ask you to stop talking about that right now. So I can at the very least give a sort of vague answer. So basically, the reason why people want to do that kind of thing with Sans is because he's cool, edgy, and very powerful. And people, well, then maybe you should ask in private and not on a live stream. But the reason why is because, like, people like that he's cool and edgy and very powerful. Because for some reason, being cool, edgy, and very powerful draws in a ton of people. It really gets the crowd going. So people see that on Sans and they're like, wow, this is actually the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. And they just lose their mind. That's probably it. Sans is a very overrated character for what he does in-game. And by what he does, I mean literally nothing. That's the point. He does nothing. He's the most pointless character there because he doesn't want to be there. He doesn't care. If Sans actually cared, he might do something, but he doesn't. That's the point. Get the timer out. Alright, that took about 15 seconds. Well, the reason he doesn't do anything, as far as I know, is because, you know, he knows that it's pointless. He's been around Flowey long enough to know, oh, I can't exactly do anything. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, the only... Oh, goodnight, Nightmare. The only consequence to Sans being lazy outside of the genocide run is that, you know, he doesn't get work done, apparently. According to Papyrus, he's just lazy and fat, and that's it. That's the only downside to him being this, like, you know, terrible person who doesn't do anything and assumes the world could end at any moment. He's just lazy and bored, and he sleeps a lot. He funny bone man tired. Like, bro. I'm gonna change the first jump. I'm gonna make it not lethal. Actually, I'll make it exactly 4 blocks deep because that's the highest Jaden can jump. So I'll show the players what Jaden's highest jump is. The worst part is that Sans would probably be fine if, as a character, if the fanbase didn't lose their mind over him. Because part of the reason I dislike him so much is that because he's such an edgy, cool, and brooding character who's constantly bored and makes really bad jokes, and he's, ah, God, he's so cool, look at his boss fight, everyone immediately loses it when Sans is brought up. So you just have the majority of the Undertale community completely insane. Like, Sans isn't even that good. Look at Papyrus. Papyrus is right there. The spaghetti skeleton is way cooler. It is storming outside. I'm gonna have to... They haven't seen any game that doesn't conform to the regular overused tropes in video games. Dang. Tell it to him straight, Jojo. Okay, so if you fall in here, it's exactly 5 blocks deep. And if you jump over it, I think I'll make it as wide as Jaden's jump, and as deep as his jump is. That way the player can know, like, okay, how far can I jump, and how high can I do it? Stop mentioning Austin, I hate that guy. Ugh. Austin is this kid at our school who is, like, obsessed with Undertale. So obsessed that he knows most AUs, talks about it constantly. Whenever I would be sitting outside at lunch, I would just be relaxing, listening to music, kind of chilling, waiting for Nick to show up so that we could talk. Austin would, like, he would find me, he would geolocate me, spot my hair in a crowd, you know, find my DNA, sniff me out, whatever it took. And he would go straight to me, like, he walked like a robot when he saw me. I'm not even joking. Like, hold on. If I could explain what it was like making eye contact with this guy, hold on, let me... Here, this down. Let me explain. Square wave. So, anytime this guy saw me, I remember one time, I was literally just getting off the bus. I was getting off the bus, he was on the opposite side of the school from the bus ramp, and I made eye contact with him across the school for like half a second, and I could just hear in my brain like an alarm going off, because immediately he started walking towards me. It was terrifying. Like I thought he was about to perform a glory kill on me or something, because he just made a beeline straight towards me. I went into a hallway. Yeah, instant chasing. I went into a hallway because I thought maybe if I can, like, hide or something like that, I'll be able to get away from this dude and find Nick. No, he goes to the, like, because our school is built like a big square, and the hallways are indoors, but they lead outdoors if you walk through them all the way. So I'm thinking, yeah, I'll just go through and I'll find Nick somewhere. No. Austin goes to the other end of the hall and waits for me there. So that when I left the hallway, he was just right outside the door. And I actually asked him, like, dude, did you follow me in here? And he said, no, I just wanted to go to this hallway. Like, bruh, what did you want to do with that hallway then? He was also the kind of person to make constant Undertale references. Like, one time I was sitting near the library to get away from him. Yeah, exactly. One time I was sitting near the library to get away from this dude, and I'm playing Yooka-Laylee, the platformer version, on, like, not 3D platformer, 2D, the Impossible Lair. I'm playing that on my Switch, and you know what happens? This kid finds me, walks up to me, and says, wow, you must be a Gaster follower, because you show up in random places every time I see you. And I'm thinking to myself, 1, who asked? 2, why does your mind go straight to Gaster follower? Like, you could have said literally anything. You could have just said flat out, why are you in random places every time I see you? But, like, it was terrifying. I felt like I was being chased by an SCP, dude. Are you a Gaster follower? Because you're hidden every time I try to find you. Yeah, let's not talk about Austin too much, because as bothersome as he is, I do feel kind of bad talking about him like this on stream. Because, like, I don't know, something about him just... I always feel bad for him, because it's kind of clear that he doesn't have the best social skills, and I don't like making fun of him as much as I enjoy making fun of him. Like, I like talking about him, but I don't like to actively make fun of him for no reason. So yeah, let's stop insulting the poor guy. He's clearly not trying to be that way, I'll say that much. I feel like he's just trying to find common ground between him and somebody else so that he can make a friend. It's just that when he finds that common ground, he assumes that is the only thing they would ever want to talk about, period. Jesus Christ. He's not a bad person either. Like, I've had conversations with him. He's actually very fun to talk to when he can find subjects to talk about. It's just that his default mode is, like, Undertale. And it kind of intimidates me, because you just have this dude just showing up out of nowhere. Hey there, Mario Tail. Mario Tail. Oh, oops. I was trying to help a friend out. Ugh, it sounds weird hearing my own voice on stream. I was trying to help a friend connect to the video. For some reason, like, I clicked Discord to see if the video would still play, and it just didn't. Oh, he's in. Okay. So there's one thing I noticed in the first level of Kirby. There are no death pits. They do show up later, but there are none here. So there are none in the first level, so I should probably avoid having those in mind. Now then, let's get to work on that bounce/special room. Oh god. Oh, hey Gamma. Hey Gamma, subscribe. Join my Discord server. Oh, hey Alex, nice to see you too. I mean, there's like 3 in the first level of Mario. And several in the first level of Sonic. I've decided that I'm gonna store this level's main source of difficulty in the bonus room, because getting to it is already difficult enough. It's like doing the rat jump in Pridemore Keep. We'll have the player go up here before you threaten their very existence. Yeah, let the player get adjusted to things before you give them the choice to kill all of Jaden's friends and make the entire game angry. So here's the idea. First off, we work in the right layer. The rat jump. You don't know the rat jump? The rat jump? It's the jump in Pridemore Keep where you get to a hidden bonus room with a note page and a ton of gems by doing the shovel jump off a bunch of rat enemies. I always call it the rat jump, because you have to jump off propeller rats. Rats. Alright. Here's the plan. To do this, you're gonna have to bounce jump 3 consecutive times. Let's go with 3. Rat jump was like 5. Let's go with 3 here. It's a easier number to work with. So I'm trying to think. I need to make the level bigger. Level manager. Scale. How do I make the level size bigger? Level bounds. Extent. Yeah, there we go. Let's move. 60. Ooh, wait, hold on. I move it to exactly 60. Camera starts a little off center. 59. 5. 6. There we go. Rat Zone 1-2 bonus. The easiest way to make a level. Just don't let people play it. Now let's see. Let's find something else to listen to besides Undertale music. Undertale music is nice, but I want to listen to other stuff. Let's listen to something that's very fitting for when you want to just, you know, make a casual first level in a platformer game. Am I taking requests? I do not have like, I don't have a donation system for requests like a proper streamer would on, say, like Twitch or something. But yeah, if you guys want me to listen to something, I'll do that, I guess. Just make sure it's appropriate. Otherwise, I will kill you. I killed a man for not liking my joke. You don't want to know what I'll do to people who like mess with my music. I got a funny idea. What if I make this little cave down here, and I don't have it contain like, you know, I'm not gonna put like I'm not gonna put like a megabyte or anything like that. Alien Victory? I've never heard of that. I'm gonna put a stepper down there, but as an NPC that you can talk to, and he'll just tell you like, "What are you doing in my house? Get out of my cubby." Bro, I live here. Leave. Get out. This is my house. Yeah, the hermit stepper. Please leave. I don't even know you. This is my home. Hey guys, look, it's The Last of Us 2. I gave the player an option that was blatantly the more interesting thing to do that would give them something fun to look at, and then I told them they were horrible for doing it. Congrats. Dimension Quest, The Last of Us 2. Okay, so here's the plan. It is hold on, I gotta see this. It is thundering violently out there. Barely even rain. There's like a small amount of rain, and then there's just like thunder everywhere. It's insane. So, here's the plot. So this is the first guy you bounce off of. And then you would bounce off of him, and you would get the bounce going here. And then you would do that. You go even higher up here. To eventually reach a bonus room. Up even higher. So that's 3. I know, I'm gonna do that. 1, 2, 6, 7. Okay, cool. So yeah, you'll be able to 1, 7. Okay, so you'll swift slash off him, bounce off this guy, then off this guy, then off this guy, and then there's a bonus room. It sounds harder than it really is because in execution, what you're doing is effectively just bounce slashing, and then like not moving, not changing your momentum. Because Jade's momentum is going to be enough to carry him to this platform. Alright, cool. Yeah, this is still 3 blocks up, so you should be good. So, yeah, this will be able to carry you all the way up there, and then we'll have the rest of the level play out down here so that you don't see it. This will be an entire bonus room. Like, we'll probably put, like, a Kirby door somewhere in here, so that you know, like, hey, you can go into this. This is what a bonus room looks like. Actually, you know what? Why don't we design the bonus room platform? Let's think. What should a platform for a bonus room look like? Because I don't want it to be like a Kirby door where it's like... I don't want it to look like, you know, one of these things. Where normally there would be more, but you can't exactly see it. Where it's like a door made out of stars, or a door with a bunch of stars on it. I don't want that, because that's Kirby's thing, it's not mine. I should be a little more original, you know. I'm already copying the door enough. Or rather, I'm already copying Kirby enough. So let's see. Now, what we could do is we could make it so that there are bonus doors that are character specific, so that if you want, you can backtrack for cool collectibles and extra bits. But this one would obviously be Jaden specific, because you need Jaden to get up there. What I'm thinking is it should be like a teleporter pad or something like that. Let's ignore, for just a moment, let's ignore common sense. Because I know it's going to be like, why is there a teleporter pad in Plain Plains? I felt like it. Okay, why is there a door in Green Greens that leads to like a waterfall? And that's a thing in some levels. There's no water in the level except for in that one bonus area. No, I don't want it to be like glitches. I just want them to be like things, you know, like it still looks natural. It's just a place you can go to grab some extra bits. So I guess maybe we could have it be like a glitch, because then we could have the bonus rooms have this sort of like glitchy coding aesthetic to them. Let's try that. Hold on. Let's give this a sort of like messed up, glitchy aesthetic to it, using bright green. Jaden, how tall are you? You're tall. Hey. Let's give a bit of extra room, because I know Bill is slightly taller than Jaden. So he's gonna need some... Okay, oh. Because, like, when you gave me the idea of, like, the glitchy door, I imagined it would be a scanner of sorts. So, like, you step into it, and then you would hear the machine go... And if it scans the character properly, and it knows that it's the right one, it'll accept them, and they'll kind of fizzle out before appearing in the glitchy room. But if it's not the correct character, it just spits them out. So let's go to icons, let's platform more icons, let's go Jaden icon, let's do this, go back to this, this. Ooh, that's kind of big. But at the same time... Okay, it is like perfectly wide, so... I'm gonna leave it inside the icon bubble, because if I take it out, then we end up with, like, you know, a Kirby situation, and I don't want that. So, let's have this angle directly up the door. I'll make it slightly wider on one side. Well, it'd be easy to tell because there's a giant Jaden icon over it, but I want it to be so that the player kind of has to intuit, hey, this icon, I've never seen this giant brown wrench before. Maybe I'm not at the right point in the game, something like that. And then we would have each character introduce themselves with their icon. Like their icon would be alongside them, so that you would recognize, like, wait a minute, that's the exact same giant brown wrench that I saw before. That kind of looks cool. Because every character icon has a very distinct shape, even among, like, parallel universe copies. Like how Jaden has this, you know, nice and sharp 5-point star, but Jane's is rounded and smooth. Evil Jaden's is sharp and evil looking. Paper Jaden has some googly eyes drawn on his, stuff like that. Yes, if you're playing party protagonist, you just can't go through some of them. It just spits you out. Mostly because the bonus doors require that character's ability. For example, you can't complete a Jaden bonus door without Jaden's powers. Alright. For now, we'll leave it at this. Eventually, I might want to add, like, some crackles and some pixels floating around it, kind of like you would see these things just kind of floating around or something like that. The idea is that these bonus rooms are challenge rooms requiring that you understand either a mechanic, a character, or how a character interacts with a mechanic. Cool, we'll leave it at that for now. I'll work on that later. So yeah, that door would go like, let's see. Oh, that's all solid, just making sure. That door would go here. And that's the bonus door. Epic. Let's save. This has been a 4-hour live stream, wow. My longest live stream yet. We're using Unity. Well, Unity and Corgi Engine. No, the player shouldn't be able to see that. I guess we'll be adding a 4th bounce to this then. Because I don't want the... Maybe the player should be able to see it, so that's kind of like teased to them, like, hey, you could have gotten this. It's like a one-time chance. You could kill Jaden, and then he'll respawn somewhere like... Actually, this would be a great place to put the checkpoint. I will put this in BG, a diamond. Alright, that's where the checkpoint would go. Because then, you know, it's like... Actually, that's too far into the level. It's useless at that point. Let's put the checkpoint right here. Wait, that's solid. Let's put the checkpoint halfway through the level, right around here. So then, you know, you get the chance to deal with the... Before you go into this place that could potentially kill you, because there's 3 enemies. There's the Night Stepper that comes here and then goes there. Then there's the 2 flying turnips. And then there'll probably be a bunch of more enemies around here. Might add another, like, cool little jump you can make to get maybe not a megabyte. Maybe I'll have it be like gigabyte is 50 bits, a bit is 1 bit, a bit is 1 bit, and then a mega. Oh god, power's starting to go out. Oof. Gigabyte is 50, and then a megabyte is like 30, because you know it's not as much as a gigabyte. That would be funny if Jaden said that to like a bit person, but bit people are babies. I don't want to insult them. Yes, I am still going, Chip. I don't want to stop this stream until Plain Plains is done. Checkpoint. Do they count in base 16? I don't know. I've never thought about how bit people count because they're stupid and don't know how to talk. I think bit people are some of my favorite creations just in terms of like really silly species, because they're made of like pure like knowledge. They're made of information and magic. That's what a bit is. It's a bit of magic and a bit of information because it's, you know, like a little chunk of coding. So you have these bit people who are literally composed of hundreds of these things. So they're smart enough to make a human body, but they don't exactly know what humans do with a human body. So you just have these bits who are like if you tried to feed a bit person, they don't know what food does or how it works. So they would just like smash their face into it and then, you know, wonder, why didn't the food go in my mouth? Failing to realize that they don't even have a mouth. They're like 4 years old in terms of how they act, but in terms of how they look, they can look any way, and, you know, they're technically older than humanity itself. They don't have organs, dude. They're literally just like these solid chunks of magic and coding. If you tried to touch one, they would feel like warm plastic. I just realized, if you were to bounce off these guys, you would bounce off him, then her, and then you would end up on top of this thing. Huh. Well then, that's actually some interesting level design that I didn't even know about until I just looked at it. So why don't we make this a little different? Make this a more unique ship, you know? Wondering if I should have this, like, the bottom of that be solid, because, like, you know, a player wouldn't be able to reach that. I don't think they would be able to, at least. Not without using the slope bounce. Patented. Okay, so yeah, they'd be able to reach it. Yeah, I think I'll... Good lord. If the stream does randomly cut out, just know that it's because the power literally died, I think. Because Thunder's getting angry. Bettery is displeased with my sleep schedule, just like everybody else is. And then there would be like, you know, the megabyte up here. Honestly, I might actually stop the stream now just because of how, like, insanely loud the thunder's starting to get. I'm gonna do that later. I'll handle the backgrounds later. It's just that, like, you know, I'm lazy. That's my biggest issue. I'm Sans. What other music is there? Quote Jaden, I'm Sans. It's not that it's not safe, it's just that, like, the stream could die at any second. I'm not gonna play Win the Race. Alright, there's the first death bit in the whole level. Yeah, I know. No, I don't want to play that game right now. Sorry. Weeb game is directly next to my file explorer. Or nice. Perfect. Effort. I'm trying to remember how I make the tile palette. Oh yeah. Good. Because the idea is that Plain Plains ends with you going into the cave. So I'm gonna have it like transition to that. Don't tell me none of these blocks are solid. Oh my god. Eesh. Where are the blocks? Oh, there they are. Alright, see you later, Alex.